can't have that.
Nächstes hat das Wort die Kollegin Anna Cavazzini.
Ms. Cavazzini has the floor.
Ja, sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und
Yes, colleagues. More and more companies are advertising that they are CO2 free, they want to greenwash, they want to convince people. Basically, we're talking about protection of the environment being a market value, and a lot of companies actually do want to do something about this. But for the consumers as well as the companies, it is important that we put a stop to this incessant greenwashing. There are so many claims, so many unsubstantiated, weak claims. There is not usually a basis for these claims. And more than half of these labels are misleading, which is bad, of course, for enterprises and for consumers and for the planet as well. So this purchasing power has to be guided into the right areas, and we have to ensure that consumers aren't misled, that they think they're being sustainable in their purchases. But tomorrow we will do this. In fact, we will say we are fighting against greenwashing. We are going to ensure that in the future these claims have to be substantiated ex ante in a scientific way and covering all aspects of the project. Thank you.
Das Wort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Benieux.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. It's been 20 years now since the European Union took the terrible decision to move to pseudo-ecology as its core headline policy. So you have all sorts of increase. This is why you're seeing the increase in labels and claims. And it seems there's no real basis behind that. How can consumers understand what's going on when all companies are claiming to be the best choice for the planet? We have to bring a stop to this cacophony of claims. We have to have specific terms behind each claim. So we need to have transparency. Therefore, we have to have independent organizations in place to certify any green claims. But obviously, that can't be opening a door to any attacks on liberty or the possibility for companies to survive, because you cannot take them in hostage by doing this. This text talks about sanctions, which of course is moving towards your authoritarian line that you like so much. You want to confiscate profits from companies as soon as a product is deemed to be non-conformist. And this, of course, would justify, nothing, of course, would justify this racket. If you look at the turnover of companies who are just scraping by because of your economic policies doing them down. So no to greenwashing is one thing, but we don't want red tape to choke these companies as a result. We need to strike a balance between protecting the planet and protecting our economic actors. Thank you.
Das Wort der Kollege Variati.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Variati.
Presidente, ad oggi.
Thank you, President. Today at European level, there are over 200 green claims and over 400 globally. So it's key that these statements are scientifically valid and well-founded. We want to avoid so-called greenwashing. Consumers should be able to trust these types of claims. The directive that we're looking at now has the goal of establishing rigorous standards to ensure that environmental claims can be justified, that they are based on scientific standards and in line with EU standards. Today, we don't have the necessary standards when it comes to all of the issues surrounding sustainability. We hear about agriculture and food processing, particularly. Tomorrow's vote will be a significant step forward in protecting European consumers.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrter Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Wizik.
Ďakujem.
Well, thank you very much. The products which are labeled as eco-safe, eco-friendly, climate-friendly, or a product made from renewable forests, certifying schemes often refer to environmental protection, but Far too often they just make appearance, they are make-believe claims, and they are generally trusted, and therefore they shouldn't be based on shortcuts, unspecific or even misleading claims, because the impacts are immense. One example for all, the Lukashenko golden mine is the fact that the Belarusian forests are devastated and the products from these forests are sold in Europe as a sustainable farming product. Every certifying scheme has to be verified and has to be checked against machinations and abuse. This directive will protect the consumers from misleading claims and will support the honest effort to truly contribute to the environmental protection, climate or forestry. And I fully support its adoption. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, sehr geehrter Herr Kollege. Als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Grüfer.
Merci, Président, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Breton, colleagues. Zero pesticide residues, no carbon, protecting the environment, all these green claims that 61% of consumers in the European Union find it very difficult to understand, obviously. Most of the time we're talking about greenwashing. The Greens, a year ago, greeted the idea, the Commission's proposal to bring in regulations. And as rapporteur for Agri on this, we are very concerned about the methodology for agricultural committees products. It doesn't take into account positive externalities or negative, for that matter, of certain products in the same category. Basically, it doesn't distinguish between different models of production. Now, after negotiation, what is allowed now is other methodologies, and we will ensure that this is taken into account in future negotiations. So we have another concern as well on this file about original organic production, which go beyond the European label. This is something we would like to have the Commission recognise in terms of the Article 10, which was a good step forward, but I think this is a pioneering part of the pioneers in agriculture could be very interested in following the negotiations here. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Vistisen.
Der simpelthen for meget klimatosseri.
There is too much nonsense around the environment in the EU, and this has to be put a stop to. There's a great deal of administration, red tape linked to all this, a lot of taxpayers' money as well. And of course, you always want the best. It's become the only religion in Europe. Nobody is against having better consumer rights, but our experience is that when these sort of things are brought into being and coming from Brussels, there's no clearer regulation for consumers at all. There's a level of bureaucracy which damages the consumers because products become more expensive and there's too much administration linked to all of this. We need to look truth full in the eye. The EU has got things backwards. We are losing hundreds of thousands of green jobs to the US, where a different strategy has been adopted. If you compare with our green transition, we're certainly not helping Europe and certainly not helping the Europeans. We're basically taxing products and we're seeing jobs offshored.
Als nächstes hat das Wort der Kollege.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Repasi.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be wonderful if we as consumers could go into a shop, use our hard-earned cash, spending on products that don't damage the environment. you'd hardly got in the door and you're completely flooded with products that are environmentally friendly and climate neutral. Surely the planet must be getting cooler if that were the case. Wouldn't it be great if all this were true? But it's not. It is the Wild West in these green claims. As soon as somebody can earn a buck from us. And of course, the ban on greenwashing is a good idea because we need to generate credibility with these statements along these lines. Our money needs to be spent properly, but how can you do that without any pre-checks from the authorities? I don't know. But if you look at the current situation of what's going on, then we need to know that we need to have pre-checks in place, and I would call on this House to support that. And while we're on it, almost as often people are saying that products are green, they also claim them to be socially valuable. So it's time to have a social claims regulation as well.
Als nächstes gebe ich das Wort der Kollegin.
Now, Lydie Massard has the floor.
Pêche responsable, agriculture.
Responsible fisheries, eco-environmental choices, all of the environmental claims, these are absolutely essential to ensure that consumers make informed choices. Far too often, there is the word bio or ecological or environmental in front of a word without it necessarily corresponding to the actual reality. So therefore, something has to be done. And if we want to have a proper green transition, the real Green Deal that we've decided on together, making false allegations, false claims, is worse than not making claims at all. The consumer is misled and believes in good faith that he's helping the green transition, but in fact he's part of a system that's dangerous for our health. This directive we'll be voting on tomorrow is the first step towards putting a stop to this deceit and ensuring that with all these claims, the consumers will have the proper access to substantiated claims so that they are aware of what they are buying. Now, we need to ensure that we have a balance between the health of our planet and commercial interests.
Als nächstes hat das
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Tardino.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. SMEs, honest workers, citizens, do not want these deceiving environmental labels, which will not help us to meet the objectives of the proposal because they're aimed at something else. It's correct that we should protect consumers, as the Commission has said, and then the text should be in line with European green leaves and protect SMEs, who should be the focus of this procedure. We need to see that humans are interconnected. This should be the only objective, not just bringing down costs for business. However, when it comes to applying legislation and what we're seeing at the moment is unacceptable. We have to ensure that we can help consumers to make informed choices, to put an end to misleading claims about the environmental benefits of a product. However, I think that this legislation will not reach its objective. It won't help the consumers or the environment. It will actually undermine both because of the will of the majority here. We need to put an end to this. Thank you.
Die Kollegin de Lara Burkhardt.
Thank you very much indeed. The floor now goes to Ms. Burkhardt.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. If you go into a supermarket today, you can get the impression that our sustainability goals have been achieved already. There isn't a single product that doesn't have promises about sustainability. They all claim to be environmentally friendly. Are they actually? From all sorts of companies, they claim that despite any emissions, they're all climate neutral. Behind most of these claims, you find the truth is not so true. So you've got the ton of CO2 emissions where you plant a few trees to offset it. That's not just lying to the customers. It's actually stopping genuinely sustainable products coming onto our market. I'm very pleased that we're have a view here to adopt regulations and laws that will improve things on this count. This will improve transparency.
Im Rahmen des Catch-the-Eye-Verfahrens haben
Now, we have 3 requests for the floor under the Catch the Eye procedure. And for 1 minute, first of all, to Mr. Kelly.
Most European citizens want to reduce their carbon footprint, and to that end, they try to buy products which are seen to be sustainable. The problem is, of course, they're not sustainable. Europe is awash with greenwashing. I'll give you an example. In my own country, a company producing products claimed that was coming from using renewable energy. It was. Guess how much? 5% renewable energy. The rest, fossil fuels. So this has to stop, and I'm delighted we're making an effort here. On the other hand, you have farmers who are storing carbon in their soils, and without a carbon farming framework, they cannot be rewarded. Indeed, there are those who do not want to reward them. They want to use all stick and no carrot. So I think it's essential that we reward those who are making a genuine effort to reduce emissions, to store carbon, and put an end to greenwashing so that we can have proper efforts here made in Europe.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Als nächstes hat das Wort der Kollege Biel.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Bielan has the floor.
Bardzo, panie przewodniczący. W obliczu rosnącej świadomości ekologii.
Thank you very much, President. We are more and more ecologically aware. So traders, they are using it to appeal to our need to be eco-friendly. And this is a big problem. It is to do with the misinformation for consumers, but it also damages the trust of our consumers to their traders. So what we need is clear rules for verification of those claims, but without additional burden for the companies that want to actually label their products as eco-friendly. It is very, very onerous for those companies, according to this legislation, because they have to think about all the life cycle of the product. And for smaller companies, it will be very difficult to comply. We do appreciate what the Commission has done to make those claims more transparent. However, what we have to do in the first place is to make sure they are not more burden for our companies.
Now it's Mr. Wallace, the last speaker under the Catch the Eye procedure.
Thanks very much, President. The text of the Green Claims Directive builds on the Empowering Consumers for the Green Transition Directive, which essentially bans climate neutrality claims for products based on offsets. The Green Claims Directive text we passed at ENVI adds a significant restriction on claims based on offsetting at the level of a trader, not just at the product level. The text now states traders will only be able to use offsets on residual emissions in line with the environmental sustainability reporting standards. Both the Empowering Consumers for the Green Transition Directive and the Green Claims Directive show that there is an appetite in the Parliament to tackle offsetting. The next logical step would be to contest climate neutrality as a concept and as the basis for EU climate action, and to work to establish a separate EU carbon removal target.
Thanks, colleagues. Für die Kommission hat nun noch einmal der Kollege der.
Now, on behalf of the Commission, I'd like to give the floor to Commissioner Breton.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, President. And thank you to everybody for this important debate. Thanks for your contributions. And thank you also, President, for reminding some of the members why they're here.
Your ongoing engagement with this legislative proposal, for which we need a strong collective effort. As I have already indicated, a significant amount of work still remains, and the Commission is therefore looking forward to tomorrow's plenary vote. What we have on the table is a future-oriented framework. The new Green Claims Directive will be an important instrument for tackling greenwashing, for empowering consumers, and for improving the functioning of our single market for sustainable products and services. So therefore, I am confident that thanks to the ambition and the work achieved by the rapporteur, Mr. Angerer and Mr. Ansip, and of course of all those involved, excellent progress has been made following the legislative process to advance swiftly. So I look forward for tomorrow's vote. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, to close the debate, we have the rapporteurs, beginning with Mr. Shaim.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of Mr. Anger, thanks all for this very good, I think, debate. We've heard many good points there. I want to emphasize on one small element. This mechanism is voluntary, so I think complaining about administrative burden is not something that you should state, I think, in relation to this legislation. We shouldn't create misinformation. We are not obliging companies to make those claims in the first place. But if you make them, make sure that those claims are supported. It's all about protecting consumers from these false claims and enabling consumers, but also producers and businesses that do make efforts to improve when it comes to their climate footprint. And I think today, by supporting, hopefully tomorrow, this legislation, we will very clearly state under which conditions these claims can be made, and when consumers buy these products, for them it will be clear that those claims are also really true. And we already see small businesses across Europe making efforts to be more sustainable. But again, I'm telling you, we also see businesses that make these false claims and state that they are committed to the Green Deal, although we know that these claims cannot be underlined. So let's support this legislation tomorrow. Let's protect consumers. Let's enable them to buy products that really support our strategic plans like the Green Deal, and let's make sure that false claims do not have any place in our single market. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That was the last. Oh, rather, not the last speaker is Mr. Anslip. Thank you.
Honourable President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, I would like to thank you for this debate. The Green Claims Directive is about commercial green claims. With this proposal, we are not reshaping the carbon market or taxing businesses. Companies can use green claims or not, it is up to them. It's their free choice. Anyway, I'm sure that we can't talk about happy consumers if every other green claim is false, as studies show. We can't talk about level playing field for our entrepreneurs if some traders are cheating. I believe that the Green Claim Directive, as it is proposed now, is balanced. It will bring clarity to our consumers and is less burdensome for traders. I'm looking forward to have a successful vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Kollege. Die Aussprache ist damit.
Thank you very much. That closes the debate on that point, and the vote will take place tomorrow. Our next point is Mr. Cuff's report, which is on the energy performance of buildings. We have a change in our Commission team here. We have Commissioner Simpson, but first of all, I'll give Kieran Cuff the floor.
Vice President Oetjen, Commissioner Simpson, colleagues. Tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to support lower energy bills, tackling energy poverty, and creating thousands of high-quality local jobs across Europe by voting for the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. This law sets a fair and ambitious pathway to a climate-neutral building stock. By guaranteeing priority funding for renovations for the people who need it most, placing those living in Europe's coldest, dampest homes at the top of the queue, and including protections for renters against evictions. This is the just transition in action. No one is left behind. In fact, we're bringing everyone with us and delivering better buildings and a high quality of life for all. This is the European Green Deal. The EPBD places the final piece in the Fit for 55 package of climate laws. Buildings contribute 36% of Europe's CO2 emissions, and nearly 3 in 4 buildings are energy inefficient. So tackling buildings is an essential step to reaching climate neutrality by 2050. This law introduces new measures to deliver a climate-neutral building stock by 2050. So what will it do? Firstly, it will modernise Europe's building stock by setting so-called minimum energy performance standards, MEPS, requiring the buildings that waste the most energy to be gradually improved. This is the most cost-effective approach with the greatest potential to reduce energy bills and emissions. And MEPS will apply to buildings in the non-residential sector, like office buildings and hospitals. And while there are no obligations on individual homeowners, Member States can apply MEPS to the residential sector, amongst other measures, to deliver reductions in average energy use. Secondly, to support building owners and vulnerable households, financing measures, information services like one-stop shops and social safeguards are included. We're directing money to renovations with a clear policy framework to help scale up and direct public and private money to renovations. Member States must ensure that their national building renovation plans are sufficiently financed, and they must draw from EU funds to do this. That financial support must prioritise vulnerable households. And Member States must also protect tenants by addressing disproportionate rent increases that may cause eviction through renovations. And buildings can also be made exempt from MEPS in case of serious hardship or where renovations are not cost-effective. Finally, thousands of local jobs in construction, renovation and renewable industries will be created. We're supporting SMEs and the economy as a whole. So Member States will also introduce training schemes to increase the availability of skilled workers. Considerable emission reductions are expected, helping us to protect current and future generations of Europeans from the worst impacts of climate change. Colleagues, it's clear we're at the start of a demanding journey towards climate neutrality by 2050. However, we cannot shy away from the task because it's difficult. Citizens in every member state represented in this Parliament are struggling with high energy bills and poor quality homes. This law will improve people's lives. For them and for future generations, let's vote in favour of the EPBD tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, for the Commission, we have Commissioner Simpson.
Honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to have this exchange ahead of the vote on the recast of EPBD tomorrow. And first of all, I would like to thank all members of the Parliament, and especially the Rapporteur Kieran Cuff and shadow rapporteurs for our constructive cooperation on the file over the last 2 years. Almost all files in the energy field of the Fit for 55 package have been formally agreed by co-legislators. And together we have adopted strategies on many aspects of the clean energy transition. We have established a framework strengthening Europe's energy sovereignty and competitiveness. And the EPBD is the one missing piece to complete this picture. And tomorrow we will vote on it. And this is an important file for a few different reasons. First, buildings are the single largest energy consumers in Europe. We will not face the decarbonisation and economic challenges and energy supply dependencies if we don't tackle buildings. And second, healthy and sustainable living conditions are completely out of reach for far too many EU citizens, and this must change. We need to rethink the way we build and renovate homes and how we help create communities and vibrant spaces that are accessible and affordable for all Europeans. Honourable members, I believe that the provisional agreement found on the EPPD presents a good balance between ambition, flexibility and feasibility. If the revised EPPD sets the standard, there will be a positive domino effect. First, in terms of our growth and competitiveness. There will be greater demand for manufacturing of clean technologies, such as heating and cooling solutions made in the EU, service providers, technical and financial advisors, and this will create jobs, investments and growth. A substantial number of local jobs will be created in the construction supply industry, a sector which is largely driven by SMEs. And second, the EPPD tackles the root cause of energy poverty and makes energy more affordable in the long term. Today, thanks to new construction methods, materials and products, new buildings consume less than half compared to buildings built before the first EPPD. But these new buildings, which are not representative in the EU building stock, because 85% of residential buildings were built before 2010 and will stay until 2050, and 75% have a poor energy performance. And with the provisional agreement, we have the right measures to boost the energy performance of the worst-performing buildings, but without obliging individual homeowners to renovate. In the non-residential sector, minimum energy performance standards will trigger the renovation of the worst performers, where it is most cost-efficient. And district renovations will promote more energy-efficient, livable and cohesive housing on a large scale. And innovative, digitalised and net-zero technologies will be harnessed for the best results. New buildings will be zero-emission buildings, fit for a climate-neutral future, and solar installations will become the norm for new buildings. Fundamentally, citizens will not be left alone in their efforts to improve their homes. They can turn to one-stop shops for advice and building renovation, and those who plan to carry out renovations in several steps can make use of the newly introduced building renovation passports. And finally, provisions on public and private financing complete the picture to make renovation affordable and feasible. The adjusted rules for energy performance certificates will build trust in the performance of a building, in the impact of renovation works, and simplify access to financing. And the national building renovation plans will build transparent and reliable roadmaps, setting national targets for building renovation and elaborating on policies, investment needs and available resources. Honourable members, your vote tomorrow on this CPPD file is a critical part of our joint efforts to ensure the clean transition makes a difference in the lives of citizens across the EU. We can fast forward the clean energy transition, send strong investment signals to our economies and empower citizens to benefit from energy-efficient homes. The Commission counts on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The floor goes now to colleague Kanev for the ENVI Committee.
Благодаря, господин председател, госпожо комисар, колеги.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, I am the rapporteur on behalf of the Environment Committee, and I support the agreement struck on this directive. I fervently hope that that agreement will be backed tomorrow. This is good for households, the environment, and energy sovereignty. This is a huge challenge that cannot be tackled with public funding alone. These changes cannot come to the detriment of the poorest in society, and so I welcome the fact that the ENVI committee secured changes on sensible financing instruments to support renovation. A guarantee that homeowners will not have to pay more than they save. Thank you.
Kollege Kelly.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Kelly.
Margaret O'Connor, Commissioner Simpson, Mr. Corda. Scaling up the deployment of renewable energy technologies is a vital part of delivering on our climate goals. But it must go hand in hand with maximising the efficiency of our existing building stock, the last missing piece, as the Commissioner just said. In 2022, the same year the energy crisis really began to wreak havoc on our electricity and gas bills, the EU relied on expensive imports for 62.5% of its energy consumption. In Ireland, we spend €1 million every hour on fossil fuel imports. Ending our dependence on external sources for our energy supply is good for the climate, good for Europe's energy security and, critically, good for our economy and EU competitiveness, as well as job creation, with the construction sector being the largest generator of jobs per €1 million invested. The EPPD will make it easier for people to renovate their homes, ensuring our buildings consume less energy and rely on cheaper and greener renewable sources. For residential buildings, it is completely up to each Member State's government to decide how they will achieve the 16% energy savings across the stock. Member States may decide to use a combination of various measures. As for non-residential buildings, Member States retain a high degree of flexibility when applying exemptions or derogations, such as historical buildings. Importantly, actions from other pieces of legislation will also contribute to the EPPD. After long negotiations, we now have a sensible compromise on the table that appropriately balances increasing the energy performance of buildings on one hand, while ensuring cost effectiveness and affordability on the other. The threat of compulsory renovation that had been hanging over millions of owners and tenants is now off the table. It is vital that the European Parliament passes the EPPD when it votes tomorrow, and I am pleased that my group will be voting in favour. And finally, I would like to thank a great team of co-rapporteurs. It was a joy to work with them, and hopefully our work will bear fruit tomorrow and into the future in ensuring we have an energy efficient building across Europe.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Als nächstes hat das Wort die Kollegin.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Penkova has the floor next.
Уважаеми господин председател, госпожо комисар,
Chair, President, Commissioner, over the last couple of years, energy efficiency has become part of the security structure, if you like, of our cities. With all the crises on the horizon, long-term and short-term, we need basically long-term solutions to regulate energy and how that is associated with buildings and use there. Essentially, there's been institutionalization of the renovation of the building stock in Europe, and that's absolutely key, of course. So as far as renovation, it must be widespread and it must be well regulated and financed by the member states. There is a text for profound renovation which needs to take place for buildings in order to reduce energy expenses for households, for the domestic bill, in other words. So we want to begin with those which are suffering from energy poverty. We need the necessary mechanisms in place to provide for them, to provide some sort of preferential financial support for these households. And thus, we will improve the living standard, the quality of life, and, of course, at the same time, improve these particular structures to make them more energy efficient. So it's not only about cheap energy. We have to have energy efficiency. That's what is out there for us in the future, and absolutely key once again. And it is very important for us to work concertedly on this particular issue for the future of Europe.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson has the floor. Thank you very much, President. It's very important that we achieve our targets. We need to be climate neutral by 2050 at the latest. We should not be financing Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. This is something that we can do, we can help do by adopting this directive. Our gas consumption can be reduced by millions of cubic meters per year if we compare the figures for 2023. So we're talking about a huge amount of money that's going into Putin's war chest. And with the help of this directive, we can help to stop sponsoring this war of aggression and also improve our climate with these ambitious targets. I don't think we should hesitate anymore. We should adopt this directive and have the member states implement it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Mathieu has the floor.
Honourable members, 1 in 10 people in Europe struggle to heat their homes in winter. For 40% of Flemish people, they cannot afford to pay their heating bills or renovate their homes, even with subsidies. And that is why it is so important, because additional insulation reduces energy bills. We need to ensure that energy renovation is affordable for all so that they can live comfortably, heat their homes. And those that are most vulnerable must receive most support. This directive offers massive investment to ensure healthy, warm homes. The worst performing homes must be renovated first. The renovation requirement on people in Flanders does not work. You cannot place that requirement on homeowners without offering support. We want to ensure that renovation is affordable for all families, and we need protection measures in place for renters so that they feel the benefits, and that way by 2050 all people in Flanders will be able to live in energy efficient homes. Cheapest energy, of course, is the energy we don't have to use. The environmental choices must be the cheapest, the most sensible proposals, and that, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ilčić is next.
Kolege, ovo je moglo biti odlično.
Dear colleagues, I believe that this could have been an excellent report due to high energy prices. People are motivated to find better, more efficient energy solutions for their houses and buildings. Had it focused on this issue, it could have also driven down greenhouse gas emissions at the same time. But unfortunately, this report mixes up priorities and insists on driving down emissions to such an extent that citizens are perceived not as partners but as enemies who should be pressured to do something. For example, instead of motivating a young married couple to build in better energy solutions in their new house, it will focus on the subsidies for renovation. So instead of focusing on the young couple, it will focus on the granny living in some rural area on a €200 salary and using timber for heating. They will try to make her install a heat pump and solar panels on her house. Is that realistic, really? So, second of all, instead of stimulating improvements, this report only prescribes the highest standards, which are the most expensive. This report wants to completely eradicate gas boilers by 2040, as if gas boilers were as bad as a wood furnace or a wood stove. In other words, this report is unrealistic, it's expensive and inefficient. There are a number of innovations in the sector. Provide people with the skills and knowledge, and they will make their own decision based on their own needs and resources. Of course, if you want sound and realistic solutions. If you want ambitious green failures, then vote for this EPBD. Thank you.
Kollege, als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Tvalieri has the floor next.
Questa mattina, mentre
This morning, as I was preparing this particular intervention on this topic, I listened to a report on the climate situation in Europe today, in other words, the weather report, 17 degrees in Palermo. And, of course, we saw that it was a very diverse landscape throughout Europe. So, colleagues from the left and the Greens as well, when you speak about this particular issue, we have to make it quite clear and understand that there's huge diversity on our continent as far as climate goes. And now, you wanted to oblige all European citizens to restructure, to renovate, so to say. These are of great concern, of course, to homeowners and to anybody who has to bear the costs to do all of this, of course. So, indeed, it's really not enough what's in the text right now to provide that particular support that's been mentioned. But I think, once again, we see that lack of understanding. And really, as far as the new Green Deal, there are numerous different questions. And, indeed, this particular situation will not instill muster up much support among the populace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Botenga is next.
Honourable members, in Flanders, Belgium and throughout Europe, people are afraid that they cannot afford to pay for construction and renovation of their homes. They fear that they may have to sell off their homes. Then we adopt legislation, but what sort of guarantees can you provide that people will not have to pay out of their own pockets? Those guarantees are not enshrined in legislation. It's left to member states. But there are fines if renovation does not take place quickly enough, if you don't insulate your home, your flat quickly enough. In Flanders, the Flemish government 2 years ago adopted very strict renovation requirements, fines, if you sell your home and you don't improve your energy label quickly enough. People struggle to keep up with the work required because they don't have sufficient budget. They're left with hefty fines. A young couple in Ghent had to pay €13,000 in a fine because the renovation work dragged on. They didn't have enough money and they were struggling to make ends meet, and on top of it they got slapped with a fine. So we don't need a renovation requirement but a renovation right, so that people can renovate their homes and that Europe helps out here with a third payment system. In Germany, some 4 million projects were paid for through a public bank. That's the type of Europe we want to say. We don't want people having to pick up the tab for these climate goals. Thank you.
Thank
you very much. And next is Maria de Graça Carvalho.
Caro Presidente, cara Comissária, caros colegas.
Thank you very much, Chair, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. In the EU, buildings make up 40% of energy consumption and 36% of greenhouse gas emissions. So this directive is extremely important for the climate transition. It's also very important to tackle energy scarcity and to ensure heating for European citizens. In Portugal, there are still people who are dying of cold. There are houses that are not well insulated. So we really need to take up this opportunity. The text we're voting on has been significantly improved based on the initial proposal. The member states now have some room for manoeuvre when it comes to defining plans that are adapted to their specific needs. It is important that these plans become a real opportunity for national and local economies that can help create jobs using raw materials that are found locally, using the skills of workers in the construction industry and adjacent industries. It is important that the public sector and the financial sector fully participate in those opportunities. We have a huge challenge ahead of us, but it is a very worthwhile challenge. This will allow us to have more comfort, less emissions, better health, and nicer cities. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Shaheen has the floor.
Last year, we saw a massive energy crisis. Homeowners were struggling to pay their energy bills. And some people say the directive was not ambitious enough, moving quickly enough. All I can say is that the energy crisis could have been avoided if homes had been better insulated. Insulation is the most cost-effective way to reduce energy bills. Renovating homes is important for many people. No one wants to live in an energy inefficient home. We want to reduce energy bills, help people be better prepared, preempt the next crisis, help people to pay their energy bills. And we're trying to lay the groundwork here and now to make that improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Claudia Gammon.
So now I think indeed the rapporteur was very adventurous with this particular issue about energy efficient eco madness, but this is something which is of a local nature, and innovation, of course, is there. It's in the different regions. For example, in my region, Vorarlberg, there is the use of wood, of natural elements as well. So to a certain extent, this is a kind of release from burden. It's a liberating directive as well. So energy efficient construction and living in such constructions means for citizens that they live in a place where they pay less for, a reduction in their bills, in other words. And of course, it's quite clear that what the positive aspects are and the liberating aspect of it as well. So I think, indeed, this is the way for us to be able to be liberated from Russian gas in Austria as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kurak.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Now, I have to respond to the example of Palermo. Well, I think it's terribly erroneous to feel that you don't need this type of energy efficient structure in Palermo. It is something which is necessary throughout the country. So I think indeed those buildings needed just as buildings in the north do and elsewhere. Sometimes in Palermo it's very cold actually, so, and humid. Now, of course, people have spoken about the madness of the left, of the Greens, and so on and so forth, but it's quite clear that it's absolutely imperative for the buildings to be energy efficient, for that to be done in the form of renovation in order to provide for that, to provide for our citizens. So it's totally, you do a disservice to the citizens by misinforming them with things to the effect that it's not necessary for that, it isn't necessary in places that are warmer, and so on and so forth. No, I think the moment has come, particularly with the geopolitical circumstances that prevail right now, for us to move forward on this particular piece of legislation, to provide energy-saving and energy-sufficient buildings for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nissinen.
Thank you very much, Chair. The EU wants our buildings to be greener, to use less energy. That sounds very good, But unfortunately, this proposal is more of a utopian dream than reality. If we look at an example from Germany, where they have spent millions trying to improve energy efficiency, 8 years later, we see that there hasn't really been any improvements. It's just been a very expensive project. And now we're trying to use this as a model for the whole of the EU. This is an overly ambitious plan. This is driven by socialist activism rather than reality. We're creating extra economic burdens for our citizens. It's almost criminal to demand this when you know that these targets are just not achievable. I will not be voting for this terrible proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Mariani. On the 19th of February last, Bruno Le Maire announced that €1 billion would be docked from the renovation guarantees for the next year. And then Mr. Macron and Ms. von der Leyen call for a vote on recast of the energy performance of buildings. Now, the goals are unattainable. The ministry in Paris is saying that less funding will be available, but Europe and the French government have waved through a text on the energy performance of buildings that will place an unaffordable burden on our citizens. This really is symptomatic of Macron. In the future, Macron will blame the French for not doing enough for the environment. And yet when he goes back home to Paris, he'll say that it's all down to the Commission. He's never changed his strategy. He lies to the French people and the Commission. Will we have solar panels on all public buildings? How do you do that when hospitals are crumbling? 40% of French people have to turn down heating during winter because they can't afford to pay their energy bills. France has debts of over 3 billion. As with the Green Deal, you're mixing up demagogics and the environment. You're on the wrong path and you're not telling the French people the truth. Thank you. Ms. Pereira.
Obrigada, Presidente. O direito fundamental.
Thank you very much. Now, the right to housing is now under the shadow of doubt for millions of people in Europe because of interest rates and also because of any or other issues that involve paying back for housing. And this has led to an increase in inequality. So indeed, I think we have to understand and we have to make it clear that the right to housing is an absolute priority. Also, priority has to be given to homes, to households which are vulnerable, which are under the threat of poverty. We need, thus, proper distribution of funds from the European Union to support these people. We can't have any profiteering going on or speculating, of course, on this particular front. Now, it's also something that has to be taken into consideration that there are individuals today that are not able to heat their homes in the winter. They're not able to cool their homes in summer either. And we have to provide for these individuals, whatever that requires, support and not, and once again, against profiting.
Mrs. Niebler, dear colleagues, the energy sector, of course, has to help us get to our target under the Green Deal. The buildings sector is responsible for 36% of greenhouse gas emissions in the EU, according to Commission estimates. So the question is not about if we decarbonise the sector, but how we can do that. Now, there are different opinions. You have the Social Democrats and the Greens who want to make this compulsory, but I do not agree with making it compulsory or putting bans in place. I think you have to get people enthusiastic about participating in this. So we're not going to be voting for this compulsory issue for the private buildings, but there's still the issue for public buildings or commercial premises. So we have to look at what the impact of this would be. Is it really the job of the EU? Is this not something that the local authorities and regions can decide? Do we need such detailed provisions here? We looked at emissions for the building sector across Europe already a number of years ago. We want to ensure that fossil fuels will become more expensive by bringing the building sector into the ETS. We want to tackle these greenhouse gas emissions, but we don't need this type of micro regulations that we see in this proposal. So I support the overall target. I think it's important that we do something positive in the buildings sector, but I think micromanaging it in this way, as we see it in the proposal, is not the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Toia.
Buonasera, signora Commissario.
Thank you very much. A reduction in the cost of energy, renovating buildings. Who would be against this? With this directive, there are major attacks being waged against it in a number of different places, in a number of different countries. How can it be dangerous, this type of directive? How can it be? It's really, we have to look at this very clearly and not within the pre-election atmosphere that exists right now. So I think it's very reasonable with very, very clear aims, targets, and means. And the support mechanism is there. It's the resources have been generated, and there are, once again, concrete targets which are established here, offering to vulnerable families the best possible. In other words, being able to save on their energy bills, to improve their quality of life as well. This is absolutely key for the sector as well. We're also speaking about greater autonomy in regions, autonomy for buildings as well. We're also speaking about pump systems, the deployment of new technologies, of innovative approaches as well. So what can be wrong with this? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Christoph Gurdler.
Monsieur le Président, Madame.
President, Madam Commissioner, the best type of energy is the energy that we do not waste. Unfortunately, there are many citizens who live in thermal sieves. They're not able to heat their homes and their bills just keep increasing. These badly insulated buildings make up around 75% of the European building stock. That's really a significant figure. It is high time for Europe to act. Our target is clear. New buildings will have to be zero emission by 2030, and we will also have to start on renovating existing buildings. It was also high time that we phase out fossil fuel boilers, and that will be done by 2040. During this transition, of course, we need to provide support to households and to SMEs. There are costs, of course, to this transition. We have been able to use European money under the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and we need to continue doing this in order to obtain results. It's an ambitious European target that we have, but we will also provide financing for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Peksa.
Dobrý večer, dámy a pánové. Modernizace.
Thank you, honourable members. Renovating the building stock in Europe to factor in the climate crisis is one of the main challenges facing us. Heating and cooling is a key factor here. That is why I am pleased that we're looking to invest in the building stock, but I am bothered by the political attacks levelled against this proposal. Bear in mind that there are exemptions, for example, for heritage buildings. We're not forcing the poorest in society to sell off their homes. Funds will be made available to help these people, and this will not be done at the expense of those on lowest incomes. There are a lot of lies being bandied about regarding this proposal. Don't believe them. We support this directive. It is a key step towards improving things, improving our economic performance and our building stock. Support this proposal tomorrow, please. Ms. Wisniewska.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, President, the climate offensive is gaining momentum. New approaches to heating, obliging homeowners and obliging building owners to go in a totally different direction altogether. And the hope is, of course, that citizens will benefit from this, but it may be just the opposite of that. And those who are suffering from poverty will become poorer, and people will be bearing a terrible burden. So actually, there's a lot of hypocrisy here, because on the one hand, you worry about people who can't afford housing, and on the other hand, what is heaped on households are new expenses or requirements for renovation. They're forced to do for different things which are of terrible costs, installing photovoltaic systems, pumps, and so on and so forth. But now, let's not forget that the major photovoltaic producers are in China. And, well, unfortunately, the citizens are going to have to bear the brunt of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mesure.
Monsieur le Président.
President, in France, we have many people who are living in these thermal sieves. If we can combat that, we can reduce bills, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 40% of energy consumption goes into buildings. It is above even transport. So it's a hugely important challenge economically and socially. 3 out of 5 households in France don't have the means to properly heat their homes. We need to tackle insulation for buildings to keep bills down. It's also an issue of public health, having repeated bronchitis, for example, or suffering from heat waves. If you invest just a euro in energy efficiency, it's 42 cents saved on healthcare, according to the WHO. What we need is a real right to renovation for each and every citizen, and member states need to act in order to make it possible to pay for these renovations. That's not the case for the French government, that has cut about $1 billion from their renovation grant scheme. So we need to act, but we also need to give people the means to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bushoi.
Thank you so much, dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. The review of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is an essential element of the renovation wave and also a crucial part of the Fit for 55 package. I would like to congratulate first European Commission, but also European Parliament team for concluding this file before the end of the mandate and for achieving what I will call a good result. I really believe that the result is taking into account local circumstances and also the diversity of buildings and building stocks in each member state. Of course, the cost will be significant. This will raise concerns in many member states, including my country, Romania. But I'm afraid we do not have another option if we want to reach our targets, and the final compromise is also more balanced than the initial proposal of European Commission. Clearly, with this legislation, we'll have changes to the definitions of energy performance standards, revisions to national building renovation plans, but this will give also member states the flexibility they need to use the minimum energy performance standards voluntarily to reach their own national targets. True, the new building standard will be more stringent and the energy efficiency demand will be higher, but it is important that they will not be set through common thresholds at European level, but at national level, according to member states' cost optimally calculations. Renovation of buildings means also decarbonization of heating and cooling, including the district heating and cooling networks. With this legislation, we need to phase out fossil fuels in heating and cooling with a view to a complete phase out of fossil fuel boilers by 2040. But also this could bring opportunities for some European industries. Romania, my country, is one member state that still has large regions dependent on fossil fuels and district heating, and I hope that we'll manage to find the necessary funds for the investments and use all EU opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, colleague. Als nächstes hat das Wort.
Our next speaker is Mr. González Casares.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Congratulations to the Parliament rapporteurs, the Commission and the Spanish Presidency for reaching agreement in good time to remove the barriers to energy efficiency in Europe. And generally, it's not financial, it's a lack of information, lack of access to grant schemes. And that was the first obstacle to overcome. This directive is one of the main planks of the Green Deal to ensure energy efficiency savings. Key investment is not affordable for everyone. We need to invest in improving the energy efficiency in homes. That's so important. We need a new right here, and I think that we can ensure greater energy democracy for consumers in Europe. The worst performing buildings could end up consuming 15 times more energy than the better performing buildings, and that is why this directive is a key weapon in our fight against energy poverty. We need to make the most of the opportunities in this directive and ensure that the benefits are felt by all in society. Thank you. Thank you. Nicola Danti is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Now, the agreement between Council and Commission is a very important step forward to guarantee better efficiency in homes for European citizens, lower emissions as well. The political debate in Italy has had a mixture of fake news, alarmism, and so on and so forth. In other words, and it's been used by the right in order to discredit the rest of Europe as well, which is a pragmatic approach, the approach that we have right here. And it's absolutely key here and important to understand that we have to move in this particular direction, the direction proposed with this particular directive. Looking at it from different points of view, from the financial point of view, of course, there are certain bureaucratic hurdles that have to be overcome, and we have to take into consideration the vulnerable and those who have been marginalized in society as well, provide for them the best, and make sure that the possibilities are there for these individuals. It is these individuals who are at these particular levels of society that have to be protected above all. Thank you.
Tack, herr talman. Tyskland.
Thank you very much, President. Germany's finance minister has talked about the risks that can arise. I think we have to be careful when we look at the original proposal. There's a real risk of sinking the value of our buildings. The Swedish Social Democrats voted in favour of compulsory renovation. That is as to be expected. We're talking about possibly 2028, we will see this compulsory renovation. The Social Democrats are voting for these terrible proposals, We, as the Swedish Democrats, we put Sweden first and we avoid these costly bureaucratic exercises. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bellamy. Thank you, President. Between 2015 and 2021, housing prices in Europe skyrocketed by 40%, according to Oxfam. That's 4 times faster than household incomes rose. So there's a real housing crisis in Europe, and it hits hardest the most vulnerable. The Abbé Pierre Foundation in France says that 20% more people are struggling to make ends meet over the last 3 years. Many people in Europe have to choose between feeding and heating their homes. And now we have this Energy Performance Buildings Directive, driven by one simple idea: all building stock in Europe should be carbon neutral by 2050. Fine words, fine goals, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We're talking about 35 million buildings that will have to be renovated by 2023. 275 million euro a year. The Commission has calculated the huge cost that this will entail. The Commission is looking at existing funds, what might be available in France. We've seen the impact on the rental market. Far fewer properties available for rent. There will be problems for homeowners, requirements to change the heating system, insulation, requirement to have electric sockets and bike garages. There's going to be a real problem here. All studies show that energy renovation programs have not really helped. The real key is to look at heating and ensure that we decarbonise electricity and heating, but people are voting against nuclear energy. Does that make sense? The focus is on insulation only, and that's an economic and social disaster, and it doesn't make sense. Europe was about, remember the myth of Europe, Homer seeking to return home, and I think the whole idea of home in Europe is going to be threatened in future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rossempere.
Gracias, Presidente. Comisaria, los ciudadanos.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Citizens are looking to us. The climate crisis is already a reality. We have come to a crossroads here. We have to face these new realities. This will affect the future, the decisions that we take now, and also how we act in regard to our buildings. We need to have the right improvements in place to make a real difference to the lives of our citizens. It will mean social benefits, economic benefits, and environmental benefits. We need to focus our actions on those areas for those most vulnerable groups when it comes to energy poverty. We need to get rid of fossil fuel boilers. And we want to improve insulation in our buildings as well. We want our citizens to have dignified housing and in line with our climate objectives as well. When it comes to the EPBD, it is key for us to improve the buildings in which we live and work, to reduce energy poverty and to pollute less. This is a necessary step so that we can leave a world that is fit for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kovacic.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, paní komisařko. Dohoda na nové směrnici o energetické účinnosti budov je bohužel dalším.
Indeed. Unfortunately, this particular unity on this directive is another indication of the terrible problem that exists as far as understanding what the problems are. So we want, indeed, lower energy use, but we have to know how much this is going to cost and who is going to pay for it, because obviously public funds are not going to be enough for that. And problems lie out there on the horizon. perhaps even greater costs. New buildings must also be emission-free as well. So that means that we're going to have new forms of fuel. That means that we're going to have new systems in order to heat these buildings. Also about bicycle parking places. This is something that has to be created. All of this involves costs that have to be taken into consideration. Hospitals as well. Hospitals are going to be affected first of all. And of course, for the households, this is a problem which may be intractable in nature.
Mr. Bilan. This morning, the Polish media published quite shocking news. A document sent by the Polish government to Brussels, 1.5 million Polish people will be or are affected by energy poverty. In other words, they cannot pay their gas or electricity bills. According to Newsweek, this proposed directive will cost Polish people €1 billion. We don't have the right tools in place to help homeowners deal with these exorbitant costs. We cannot tolerate this situation. I would appeal to all Polish MEPs in the European Parliament, in particular those part of the 13th of December coalition, to stop being hypocritical, be brave, vote down this proposal tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Virkkunen.
Arvoisa puhemies, komissaari, hyvät kollegat.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. This directive on the energy performance of buildings saw quite difficult negotiations. I would like to thank all of those who took part in the negotiations. This proposal is significantly improved compared to the Commission's proposal. It is ambitious. By 2030, buildings have to be zero emissions and our public buildings by 2028. In the original proposal, the Commission had looked at not really taking into account the differences between the member states and the regions. There are very different types of buildings, very different types of infrastructure. The Commission was somewhat dogmatic in fixing a certain number of buildings that had to be renovated, not taking into account what really made sense economically. If we look at Finland, for example, buildings are already quite energy efficient because the climate is so cold. We have a lot of electrically heated homes, and that is already much lower in emissions. The original Commission proposal was too detailed when it came to the rules. There was too much micro managing, looking at car charging points, for example. These aren't things that should be decided at an EU level. They need to be decided in the member states and in the regions. Here at this level, we need to put in place the broad guidelines. This proposal, I think, is a sensible one. We want to see buildings renovated, and we want these reforms to go through. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President, members. We are in a very difficult security situation. We have the war of aggression against Ukraine. So we need to stop being dependent on Russian gas. We need to empty Putin's war chest. We need to help citizens. We don't want them to be dependent on Russian gas to heat their homes. It is good for our security. We want to see that in Sweden. It is good for the wallets of Swedes as well. We want to see cheaper electricity prices. We don't want to see any household have to pay more for this. It is important to have good insulation, to use heating pumps. That's the support we need to provide our citizens. It is good, as I said, for Swedes, for their wallets, and it's something that we have fought hard for. Thank you.
Mr. Engin Eroglu is our next speaker, please. Vice President, Madam Commissioner, we want a new EPBD here in the Parliament, and we've done everything, and all of these things have been dealt with to a certain extent within the ETS. So we have a tautological problem here. We have repetition, if you like. It has created difficulties. Everything is doubled in the entire sector, the building sector and the renovation sector as well. The place where we're creating jobs is in the bureaucratic structure as well. And, of course, that creates an administrative burden, that creates more taxpayers' money. So, actually, let's use where we need the money. We need it in the building sector for proper renovation. So, with this new directive, I'm afraid that we may be distorting the market, undermining the market, rather than creating something innovative on the market that would help in the right direction. That's why also have to make it clear that not everybody has the money in order to do the necessary renovation. That's why the necessary financial support is necessary. Our next speaker is Mr. Royson, please.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, energy efficiency, insulation of buildings, very important issues. Everything that we can do to ensure energy savings, that is important. But what will this package achieve? It comprises many detailed EU rules. I cannot get my head around it. We have national rules and now a detailed European approach. Look at the Netherlands, the number of charging points for electric vehicles. We have Brussels dictates on how many charging points you need per building. It doesn't help matters. We need to be able to manage these matters ourselves. The aims set in this directive are very ambitious and not terribly realistic. They will make buildings more expensive, and I think to ensure sustainability, we need to look at a different time frame. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Frank Bogovic.
Dear Commissioner, dear Vice President, we all know buildings consume 40% of all energy, and they are also emitting around 35% of greenhouse gases. So this directive is actually aiming at reducing it. That's why we're focusing on buildings. We also know that climate conditions in Europe vary. I come from Slovenia, where winters are harsh and summers are hot. That's why energy performance and energy efficiency are very important. In the 90s, I actually moved to my residential building. Then we needed to have a complete renovation. 100,000 euros I had to pay for this renovation. In addition to this, I decided for a roof solar panel. So more than 100,000 euros on top of what I have paid for my home. Also, what I want to point out that sometimes we don't have enough money, sometimes we don't have enough material or skilled workers who could actually carry out these renovations. In Slovenia, a large majority of building stock is in the private hands. So actually, the owners themselves will have to carry out this renovation. This is why I'm also very happy that the directive has been modified, that we do not have compulsory renovations. Also, the goals are not compulsory anymore. We set around 3% on an annual basis. So I am happy that we have more exemptions and lower percentage for annual renovations. In addition to this, the subsidiarity principle is very important in the directive. Yes, member states and regions should actually take action. Also, no compulsory renovations like some regions and some countries have opted for. And last but not least, more focus on vulnerable groups. Otherwise, we will be actually creating new energy poor people.
Patryk Jaki. Thank you very much. Mr. Patryk Jaki, you have the floor.
Panie Przewodniczący, Pani Komisarz, podsumujmy ten projekt.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to this project, if we look at this, in a year's time, you won't be able to use gas to cook, and then you won't be able to use fossil fuels to heat your home. All new buildings have to be zero emission, and then eventually all the old buildings will have to be renovated too. And you simply haven't provided the necessary financing to do that. It's the citizens who will have to foot the bill for this. You are saying there needs to be energy certification for buildings, but honestly, you've gone mad. Houses and apartments are going to become more and more expensive. Our citizens are not going to be able to afford to heat their homes, keep their children warm. You don't seem to care at all about all of these poor people in the European Union. And it is not the first time that the EU has done this. This is a perfect example of communism, green communism.
Catch the eye now. 4 have registered. And we'll begin with colleague Mazurek.
Madam. Szanowni Państwo, ta dyrektywa to kolejna próba narzucenia pod płaszczykiem walki ze zmianami klimatycznymi.
So a further effort to fight against climate change. And this is something which creates a terrible burden for us cost-wise. And the burden is there for citizens. It's a Brussels dictate, if you like, or a Brussels order that has to be executed. And once again, citizens are burdened. The poorest will become poorer. Once again, this is a strengthening of that bureaucratic chain which everybody is tied under. So with this new Green Deal, just trying to force it through is something which is totally unacceptable. What we need are reasonable, rational solutions in order to deal with our resources. We don't want these really poorly thought out green policies. The time has come to bring an end to this madness altogether. And we have to be innovative, finally. Our next speaker is Madam Susanna Czekavi.
Baza Alessandro.
Baso Alessandro.
Anche se la
Although this is a directive which is far different from the original proposal of the Commission, I do really wonder about those who are so happy today about what has come out. When you look at the fact that all of these solar panels, all of these pumps, everything which has to be built into these new renovated structures, that all of that is produced in China, think about the consequences there as well. So I find it very difficult, really, I think the situation is very difficult to understand for those that live on the other side of Europe. But there are 5 million buildings. We're speaking now about the northern part, the part of Italy above the Apennines, which will require renovation, and then thousands more that will require additional elements instituted. It's totally unacceptable. Madam Claire Daly.
I have to say I'm very disappointed that despite the rapporteur's best intentions and efforts to keep this file ambitious, his work was undercut by his Irish Government colleagues group, the EPP. This was a chance to do many things at once, to use climate money effectively while also addressing social inequality. But with Member States marking their own homework, and given that the Council had already filleted it, it's unlikely to deliver in that regard, and particularly, as colleagues have pointed out, the lack of clear commitment to public money being used, the type of public money necessary to make this transition. In 2019, this Union was handed an historic mandate for climate action by citizens, including particularly young people, in light of the very urgent threat to civilisation. 5 years down the road, the planet is burning, but one file after another is retreating into reaction. The planet and humanity, frankly, don't have time for this.
Wir kommen nun zu den abschließenden Bemerkungen.
Now to the final comments. Madam Commissioner Simpson, you have the floor. Thank you.
Honourable members, I have been listening carefully, and thank you for sharing your views. I would like to emphasise once more that steady progress is needed in the building sector to achieve energy security and climate neutrality, driven by a strong European net zero industry. Europe won't be able to meet its energy and climate targets, improve energy security, and lift citizens out of energy poverty without improving buildings. And with the revised EPBD, we ensure a just and inclusive energy transition. And we address the calls from manufacturers, the construction industry, service providers and homeowners to provide investment certainty. The deal strikes an excellent balance between aims and means to achieve the European Green Deal and REPowerEU objectives. In the Commission view, the revised EPBD is the missing piece of the puzzle to put the building sector on the right track. The ETS extension to buildings and the revised EPBD complement each other. Both pieces of legislation are necessary. By putting a carbon price on heating, the ETS extension on buildings creates economic incentives for enhancing building insulation and a transition towards renewable energy sources. However, we cannot leave citizens alone to navigate an increase of heating prices. We also need to provide an enabling framework for building renovation, and we need regulatory measures which tackle the non-economic barriers to building renovation. And the revised EPBD contains both such regulatory measures and the necessary enabling framework. Recent years have seen an unprecedented increase of EU and public funds for building renovation, also for the coming years, and notably through the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And in the future, the Social Climate Fund will provide financial support to building renovations for vulnerable citizens and SMEs to ensure that no one is left behind. Also, some honourable members have raised concerns over the requirements for recharging infrastructure for e-vehicles. In the Commission's view, the deal strikes the right balance between the necessary rollout of recharging infrastructure and important flexibility for member states and building owners. And I therefore strongly encourage you to support the revised EPBD at tomorrow's vote. Thank you.
Last but not least, the rapporteur, Mr. Kaff Chiaren.
Thank you, Vice President, and thank you, Commissioner Simpson, for your words. But I also want to thank my co-negotiators in the European Council and the European Commission, as well as the Parliament negotiating team, and a particular thanks to Tomás Baines and Kelly McLean from my team and Heike Leberle from the Greens. Commissioner, you said this is a critical part of our joint efforts to combat climate change. I agree. It is a critical part of the Fit for 55 package. To Sean Kelly,
Sean, I would like to thank you for all of the work that you've done on this report.
Energy security, a crucial issue. You also mentioned the flexibility that the directive will provide and the focus on cost effectiveness and affordability. To Svetlana Penkova, you said we need long-term solutions. I agree. You focused on energy poverty. That's at the heart of this legislation. This law will lift people out of energy poverty. To Morton, you said this will help us stop Russia's war of aggression. It's very clear. The best way to combat Russia and the best way to isolate Putin is to insulate homes. To Ladislav, you know that vulnerable householders will be protected as per the requirements of this directive, and that law clearly does not put renovation obligations on people's homes. Those requirements are only applied to the most wasteful non-residential buildings, such as hospitals and schools. Your colleagues say that it will make people poor and be bad for our children. The contrary is true. This directive will protect renters. It will make sure that they live in less wasteful buildings. It will lower their energy bills. And financial support and social protection have to be put in place. To my colleagues in the left, I want to reassure you that any renovations that cause hardship for citizens will not go ahead, and it will make sure that funds are prioritised for vulnerable families. And particularly to Martina Mezura from the left, you made the link between healthy homes and positive healthcare outcomes. That's so important. And then finally to Isabella, you mentioned the diversity on this great continent in climate, but it's also there in people, in opinions, and we're so much the better for it. You mentioned questions, we are offering answers, and that to me is why I am here to show the political leadership on a law that provides social, economic and environmental benefits for all. Thank you.
Die Aussprache ist damit geschlossen.
So we close with this particular debate, and the vote will take place tomorrow. Now we come to our next agenda point, the report of Sophia in 't Veld, a definition of criminal offences and penalties for the violation of union restrictive measures. And at this point, I would like to invite the rapporteur to take the floor. Thank you.
Commissioner, colleagues, let me start by first of all saying thanks to the Commission for putting on the table a very good proposal and being extremely helpful throughout the trilogues, and also thanking my colleagues, the shadows, because I think it was an exceptionally good cooperation, a very strong consensus, and I would also like to express my commiserations to the poor Spanish presidency who had to put up with us, well, me, at the very end of their presidency when they were already worn out. Okay, let me give a few examples illustrating why we need this legislation. Since the start of the Russian invasion and the ensuing EU sanctions, export of goods from the EU to Russia dropped by 47%. But exports from the EU to Armenia, Kazakhstan, Georgia, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan grew by 48% in the same period. That is not a coincidence. Second example, I quote the Irish head of the Department of Finance Anti-Money Laundering Unit. She says, authorities could be aware of cases where Russian money was moving through funds based in the International Financial Services Centre in Dublin, but it can't actually do anything about it. Third example, while Ukrainian soldiers are fighting on the muddy battlefields, we witness a huge increase of cars exports from Germany to Russia via Kyrgyzstan. Oligarchs holidaying at the Côte d'Azur and their kids attending posh European schools, and we see nodal modes like Cyprus being far behind in freezing assets of Russian oligarchs. Now, since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the EU has adopted 13 packages of sanctions, and that includes putting assets freezes and travel restrictions for no less than 1,718 individuals and 419 entities, such as banks, companies and media organizations. They prohibit the imports of Russian oil, diamonds and other raw materials. They prohibit the exports of military technology and dual-use goods to Russia and luxury goods. It restricts Russia's access to the EU's capital and financial markets and prohibits the provision of all sorts of services like advertising, brokering services and legal advice. However, in the real world, laws can and will be broken because crooks make enormous amounts of money with it, and this of course benefits the Russian invasion. Therefore, it needs to stop. But the huge divergences in legislation and enforcement allow them to go forum shopping, searching for the weakest spots, the lowest chance to get caught, and facing the lowest possible sentences and fines. So therefore, this directive is supposed to bring an end to those practices and make the sanctions more effective. Now, Parliament and Council had a different approach and ambitions. The Council wanted to limit the scope exclusively to the simple fact of criminalising the violation of union restrictive measures, and they were unwilling to change a jot to their national criminal law systems, whereas Parliament focused on harmonisation and enforcement, because it's not good enough to have sanctions or even criminalise the violation of sanctions when there is no proper enforcement and when member states pretty much do what they like. The problem is, of course, that the member states know that the European Commission is not enforcing very strictly, looking the other way, and there are no serious consequences. Therefore, Parliament wanted to close all the loopholes. So, due to the reluctance of the Council and the enormous time pressure, we did not manage to close all the holes. However, there is progress compared to the current situation. First of all, violation and circumvention of sanctions will be criminalised in all member states, no escape. A modest degree of harmonisation of penalties has been achieved, and the enforcement cooperation between the member states, the Commission and EPPO will be structured not ad hoc. Coming to a conclusion, Chair, I regret that the Council was unwilling to go further and to close all the loopholes, and to make sure that Putin's friends have nowhere to hide anymore. But for us, it was also important to conclude the file and give a strong signal to our friends in Ukraine. And therefore, we accepted this outcome, even if it's less ambitious. It is very important that we say to our Ukrainian friends, we stand with you and do whatever we can. Thank you.
Nach der Berichterstatterin.
Following the rapporteur is Commissioner Reynders. You have the floor, please, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here for the debate on a definition of criminal offences and penalties for the violation of union restrictive measures. We were very pleased to see the tentative agreement from the trilogue. I would like to congratulate the rapporteur, the shadows and Parliament for the work that has been done in this file. This is an important step forward to ensure the effective implementation of the union restrictive measures. This is key when it comes to the sanctions taken against Russia and Belarus following the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. This directive brings real added value when it comes to ensuring the effectiveness of union restrictive measures by ensuring harmonisation of criminal offences and penalties at an EU level. So I'm very pleased that this proposal initially tabled by the Commission has made progress.
Of crimes linked to violations of union restrictive measures, including any attempts at their circumvention. For example, a failure to freeze assets belonging to a designated person or concealing transfer of funds through a third party that should be frozen will have to be treated as criminal offences in all EU member states. The directive also safeguards humanitarian work from criminalisation, granting legal certainty to aid providers. Moreover, the directive sets common types and levels of penalties, specifying maximum levels of imprisonment for natural persons, and criminal or non-criminal fines for legal persons, thus enhancing their deterrent effect. Let me also recall the important link between this directive and the revised directive on asset recovery and confiscation. Collectively, they will establish a more efficient system of freezing and confiscation within the European Union, ensuring that breaches of Union restrictive measures are not profitable. Thanks to these new rules, enforcement will be significantly strengthened. Stronger coordination and cooperation will be ensured between the competent authorities at national level and between member states to tackle cross-border violations. Each member state will be required to designate a dedicated unit or body to ensure coordination and cooperation between law enforcement authorities and authorities in charge of implementing Union restrictive measures. The Member States, along with Eurojust, Europol, the European Public Prosecutor's Office and the Commission, will cooperate in the fight against the violation of Union restrictive measures within their respective competences to strengthen cross-border and international cooperation. In conclusion, the directive will allow for more uniform application of EU sanctions and more effective prosecution of offenders across member states. This is a major step in combating the violation of EU restrictive measures. It shows once more that the European Union is determined to take decisive action against those who try to circumvent them. It is very important to make progress in such a way. I'm sure that, of course, it's an important decision to take some sanctions, like the 13 package that we have decided to put into place, but it's maybe more important to be sure that we have the capacity to enforce those sanctions and to fight against all the different attempts to circumvent the sanctions. So I will now be listening with interest to your interventions, and of course we'll continue to work together with the Member States for the transposition as far as possible and as soon as possible of the directive. Thank you.
Merci. Wir kommen zu den.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the groups. Our first speaker is Leopoldo López Gil, who will take the floor for the EPP. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, tomorrow we're going to vote on this particular directive, sanctions, criminal offences and penalties for the violation of union restrictive measures. First of all, I'd like to thank Madam in 't Veld for the excellent cooperation that we've had in putting together this particular report. And, of course, the EPP interests have been well represented. This particular text obliges member states to adhere to a system of penalties and sanctions in instances of violations of union restrictive measures. There's legal clarity which is introduced here, restrictive measures as well, including penal sanctions as well. There's harmonization of the sanctions and penalties against individuals who commit any sort of infraction or circumvention of union legislation. All of this under the spectre of the 3 sanction packages which have been imposed against Russia with Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. It's a way to make sure that the sanctions work effectively and so that no back doors are used so that Russians can't operate and serve their interests. Evasion of sanctions or circumvention, and we have the terrible example of January of 2020. The socialist minister at that time met with the vice president of the Maduro regime in Madrid airport, violating the forbidding of individuals to use Europe as a transit place. Furthermore, the suitcases of the individual did not undergo any sort of security control, making it possible for illicit, according to European sanctions rules, objects or material being transported through Spain. So it's quite clear that a directive of this nature will take care of these particular instances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I would also like to thank the rapporteur, the honourable members and Commissioner Reinders for the excellent cooperation. 2 years after Russia invaded Ukraine, we stand by Ukraine as it stands firmly against Putin's imperialism. Often I wonder how we can explain that we talk about targeting Russia with sanctions in the EU, but often there is different transposition. It's possible that Russian oligarchs can pick and choose, forum shop the EU member state where they can best circumvent the sanctions. So there are loopholes in the law, but this legislation is a key step forward. It sends a message to all. We need to plug any gaps. We need action. That's the right message also to send out to brave Ukrainians and to Russian or to European companies who are doing the right thing. We want to stand firm, stand united against Putin.
Thank you, President, Commissioner and colleagues. Sanctions work and are working against Russia when it is estimated that it has lost greater than €400 billion from its economy as a result of EU sanctions, thus restricting its capacity to pursue its imperialist and illegal war in Ukraine. This directive is aimed at circumvention, and I would expect also a strong focus on the subsidiaries of EU companies. I would ask the Commission to give serious consideration to the establishment of an EU office focused on circumvention and implementation of sanctions at Member State level, as recommended by the EU envoy on sanctions, David O'Sullivan. The one glaring omission from the wide range of sanctions deployed by the EU is Israel. Given the German Foreign Ministry last week tweeted its condemnation of the expansion of West Bank settlements, describing it in its tweet as a grave violation of international humanitarian law. With the humanitarian crisis in Gaza reaching the level of a famine and children starving to death, it is towering hypocrisy for the EU to exclude this crisis from its programme of sanctions. Thank you.
Danke. Am Wort ist Herr
Thank you very much. Mr. Legodinsky is the next speaker.
Liebe Kolleginnen und liebe Kollegen.
Dear colleagues, there are a lot of people in the EU who are wondering how this can be possible, that there are super yachts from Russian war criminals in Croatian harbours. We see oligarchs flying from Nice to Istanbul and back in their private jets, even though EU airspace should be closed for Russian planes. And all of this while people are dying in Ukraine. With these two directives, and I remember the discussion we had in the bunker in Kyiv on this subject. Now we have both of these directives, so penalties for violation of restrictive measures and confiscation and seizing of assets. Finally, we are creating the legal framework we need. Enough is enough. Despite all the legal obstacles that have been in place, we have made this connection with the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine. We have guidelines as to how the member states can use certain confiscated assets to help rebuilding in Ukraine. That is what is so important. The aim of this legislation is to help our Ukrainian friends in this terrible humanitarian situation they find themselves in. If we manage to achieve that, then we'll really have achieved a lot together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ms. Claire Daly is next.
Thank you, President. EU sanctions. When they're not backfiring against ordinary Europeans, they're firing on all cylinders against ordinary people in the global south. By overwhelming majorities, the United Nations General Assembly and the UN Human Rights Council have over the years again and again and again and again condemned the kinds of unilateral sanctions that the EU and US apply against poorer countries. They've said that they disproportionately harm the most vulnerable. They've said that they undermine people's human rights. Again and again, they've called on the West to stop adopting and implementing them. And here we are, not only ignoring this global condemnation, but going further and criminalising those who dare to fail to comply with them in the first place. Meanwhile, we refuse to impose a sanction that we're legally obligated to impose, that of an arms embargo on Israel. This, friends, is the rules-based international order. 60% of people worldwide who rely on humanitarian aid are in countries under sanction. Most need aid because of the sanctions. Sanctions are weapons of war. In the global south, they starve and they destroy, and they most always never achieve what they're supposed to do. The definition of madness is repeating the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. But we know when it comes to human rights, the EU lost its mind quite some time ago.
Danke. Am Wort ist nun Herr Lukas Mandl.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lucas Mandl is next.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident Othmar Karas, sehr geehrter Herr.
Thank you very much, Othmar Karas. Thank you very much, Commissioner colleagues. Along with sanctions, three aspects are important. The first is that this non-bloody defense against a bloody attack, Putin's war, that's what the situation is right now. But we also have hybrid war, not bloody as well, and that means that in this particular instance, sanctions have to be on the basis of rule of law. Rule of law is one of those fundamental principles that we have to defend. Within the framework of these sanctions as well, we want to defend individuals. We want to defend dignity, human dignity, and freedom. Secondly, it's very important for sanctions not be circumvented, and when they are circumvented, that there be stiff sanctions implemented. Once again, it's to be understood that sanctions are for the common good, and those sanctions from the European Union, of the West as well, those that circumvent them are undermining the Western world, they're undermining the European Union as well. And once again, there has to be a stiff punishment for that. And finally, these sanctions have to be targeted, because they ought to affect a specific thing, and that they ought to be of a limited time duration as well. Targeted, and there ought to be a time frame as well. This is a key non-bloody, if you like, weapon that's at our disposal. Thank you very much.
Zu Wort gemeldet hat sich.
We come now to the Catch the Eye procedure, and Mr. Lopez Aguilar is asked for the floor.
Comisario Reinders, como presidente de la Comisión de Libertad.
Commissioner Reinders, as President of the Libe Committee, I dealt with the provisional measure that led to this directive on criminal offences and penalties to ensure that we have binding criminal offences and sanctions and penalties in all member states for those that circumvent the union restrictive measures. This is important. It is linked to our common foreign and security and defence policies. We have the idea of serious negligence penalised under EU law, and I welcome the fact that there are exemptions for humanitarian assistance under this directive, because we have to draw that distinction between humanitarian assistance and any serious negligence, any failure to respect these union restrictive measures that have been adopted to ensure security and defence of Europe.
Angesprochene Kommissar ist jetzt am Wort.
Commissioner Reinders, you have the floor again.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les...
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, members. I am convinced that this debate is going to help strengthen the restrictive measures adopted by the EU. I think this sends out a strong message. It means that sanctions are going to become more effective. Now, of course, we have to work with the member states to ensure the implementation of this new act so it can be done rapidly. There are also a number of exemptions that have been taken up in the text, the humanitarian exemption for one. Please rest assured that the Commission is fully committed in its support to Ukraine and in terms of maintaining the sanctions put in place after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. That is one of the reasons why I think it's so important to have a rapid transition. We need to be able to confiscate certain assets when there has been an attempt at circumvention. So it is very important we can use these assets to help rebuild following Russian aggression in Ukraine by using those means that belong to the Russian Federation or its representatives. Thank you very much for your support. This is an important text when it comes to a violation of restrictive measures, and particularly important for Ukraine as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, for the closing remarks, we have Sophie Invel.
Chair, because this is a fairly consensual file. Two last remarks. One very important aspect has just been highlighted by the Commissioner, is that this law will also enable us to confiscate assets which have been frozen, because now there will be a criminal act which will allow us to confiscate those assets, which I think is just and fair. But the second aspect is, of course, I'm very grateful for the European Commission to put forward this legislative proposal, but we also know that one of the reasons that the sanctions can be violated so easily in some places is that national authorities are maybe slightly less ambitious than we would like, and I'm being very diplomatic here, it's Monday evening, in applying the law. So here I do count on the European Commission to not hold back and enforce very, very, very strictly. That's not just a legal obligation, it is a moral duty. Thank you.
Danke. Wir kommen nun zu den kurzen Darstellungen.
Okay, now we come to the presentations, the short presentations, and we start with Mr. Botos and Mr. Aremou. That is liability for defective products. I will give the rapporteurs the floor. So, Mr. Marius Botos, the floor is yours.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you.
The directive on damages produced by defective products is one of the directives with the longest implementation in the EU legislation for almost 40 years. Since 1985 to the present, we were constantly witnessing the developments in the field of products and also in that of commercial relationships, the way in which products are purchased. For a truly functional single market, it is necessary to have a harmonized legislation, even in what regards the compensation for the damage that these products can produce. Even if still functional, the legislation needed updating in order to make sure that all European citizens, consumers and users of products have the same rights. In the Committee for the Internal Market and Consumer Protection, we aim at harmonizing the EU legislation to ensure the same security and safety of the products, but also to ensure the same rights for European citizens, irrespective of the member state or region they may live.
Now, This is legislation that will protect rights and ensure that economic operators can transpose this. Together with Pascal Arimont, co-rapporteur in the Legal Affairs Committee, we have struck that balance, preserved that balance.
The biggest novelty, the biggest advantage that this directive will bring, and we are going to vote it this week in Strasbourg, it is to introduce rules that will make it easier to have access for the possible victims to get
main improvements brought by this directive and ensures that alleged victims have easy access to the relevant information they need to substantiate their case. Speaking of balance, however, if the responsible economic actors are obligated to disclose information, this obligation will not affect the trade secrets. An important step was to introduce digital data as a product into this directive. This will lead to a unified approach to data in the single market and sets clear rules across the European Union, but we wanted to clarify that personal data is not covered by this directive. De asemenea, softul
Also, the software is regarded a product in this directive, and the material damage caused thereby can be compensated in line with this directive. It is important to point out that the directive refers to material damage. Other types of damages are still the competence of the member states. Another important aspect of the directive is a clear demarcation of responsibility among economic operators from a producer to the last reseller of the product, even if this happens online.
Mit meinen Kollegen Herr Arimont für wichtig.
I'd like to thank Mr. Arimont for his cooperation. This is so important. We need as clear a text as possible so that transposition and enforcement is as uniform as possible throughout the single market.
I'd like to thank all colleagues, shadow rapporteurs, my team, Cristina Borjan and her colleagues, and also I would like to congratulate the European Commission, the Council of the EU, the Spanish Presidency, for their open-mindedness in collaboration to reach the best possible result that should take into account the rights of EU citizens and also the needs and capacities of the single market and its economy. Thank you.
Danke. Im Catch-the-Eye-Verfahren hat sich Herr Wallace.
Thank you, Catch the Eye. Mr. Wallace has asked for the floor. Go to you. Over to you, Mix Wallace.
This revision of the 40-year-old Product Liability Directive means consumers should be better protected and should find it easier to claim compensation for damages caused by a faulty product. But it is not enough simply to have legislation in place. It must be enforced. In Ireland, the defective block scandal has devastated families in Limerick, Clare, Donegal and Mayo. At the heart of this scandal are repeated breaches of EU legislation. It is clear that the blocks did not meet the standards of the Construction Product Directive. It is also clear that the market surveillance regulations were breached. Ireland did not grant any entity market surveillance power for construction products, and it did not report any market surveillance activities to the Commission between January 2010 and July 2013. After July 2013, surveillance was reactive only, not proactive. To add insult to injury, the redress scheme is not fit for purpose and is inflicting more pain on the victims.
Danke.
Thank you. Commissioner, over to you.
I have a second one, very quick. Mr. Bilan. Mr. Bilan.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący. Stajemy dzisiaj przed ważnym wyzwaniem.
Thank you, President. Here today we face a major challenge. We're talking here about product liability. For 30 years, this directive had not been updated in line with market developments, the rolling out of digital goods and services. These products and the change in the burden of proof rules really gives me pause for thought and concern. It could lead to barriers for innovative companies, and startups may leave the EU, move to the US. Of course, we want to ensure legal certainty. If we don't have sufficient rules and legal certainty, that might work against companies and European consumers. Therefore, I believe that we need specifications that will truly protect consumers, but not to destroy innovation. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my colleague Thierry Breton, let me thank Mr. Botos and Mr. Arimont, the co-rapporteurs, for their cooperation within this work. So thank you for that excellent work that has helped to finalise the directive on the liability for defective products. I would like to thank all of the shadow rapporteurs as well who have been involved, as well as the other members who participated in this discussion. This discussion on liability for defective products is a keystone to our single market. It has allowed us to have fair competition rules for companies across the whole continent and has given protection to those who have suffered from defective products. This actually predates the single market. Obviously, products and markets have changed very much in the last 40 years, particularly due to technological developments. We have worked very hard over the last 5 years in order to amend our safety requirements for the digital age. So I'm thinking, for example, about cyber resilience. We have made considerable progress in the digital sphere with legislation on digital services and digital markets, DSA and DMA. We have managed to come to a historic political agreement on rules for artificial intelligence and with our AI Act. It was therefore a logical progression for us to move on to liability. This means now that our legislation for liability for defective products can be adapted to the digital age. It helps to clarify who is responsible, for example, if damages are caused by automated procedures or software updates. It provides legal certainty when it comes to developing products, software, autonomous vehicles, robots. It helps to protect consumers. It helps to build an atmosphere of trust so that consumers will be interested in new products and new services. This is something that will also be adapted to the circular economy. It brings legal certainty to companies who are looking at modifying their products. This takes into account global value chains. We see more and more products on the single market that come from third countries outside of the EU, that are manufactured outside of the EU. So it is important that we have fairer competitive standards with third countries. We want to ensure that there is always somebody who is responsible, though, within the EU. In addition to this, we have decided from the Commission side to put in place a transparency tool when it comes to who is liable for these products. This will mean that there is a consistent application of the directive, and it gives us useful information when it comes to possible reviews of the legal regime in the future. When we started this work on reviewing the liability for defective products directive, we said it was very important to ensure that we had a high level of protection for consumers and to create a climate that would be that would help to foster innovation. I think the European Parliament has shown the same determination, and I am sure that the final result will be a balanced outcome, which is something that we all strove to achieve. So thank you once again for cooperating in the review of this directive. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Commissioner. Wir kommen.
Thank you very much. That concludes that agenda item, and we close the discussion. We now come to Ms. Grappini's report, amending regulation as regards the digital labelling of EU fertilising products. Mrs. Grappini is on her way, but unfortunately hasn't got here in time. But we do have the Commissioner with us, so we can ask the Commissioner to take the floor.
On the end. No. We can, but we have now.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, just 1 year after the submission of the Commission's proposal, a political agreement was achieved on the regulation which opens the era of digital labelling for EU fertilising products. With this agreement, consumers and farmers will benefit from the potential of digitisation when purchasing EU fertilising products. We welcome that the text stays close to the initial Commission's proposal in many important aspects. In particular, it allows the full digitisation of labels for products trade among economic operators and extends this practice to products sold to end users without a packaging. But that is not all. The compromise puts in place measures that ensure that no one is left behind and that all farmers and non-professional users will have access to information regardless of their digital skills and access to digital services. Overall, the agreement provides for potential to reduce costs for businesses and incentives to invest in digital labelling. The Commission, however, regrets that the final agreement includes problematic reference to the General Product Safety Regulation with relation to EU fertilising products in Recital 12 and therefore wishes to make the following declaration. So a statement of the Commission on Recital 12. The Commission expresses concern with the wording of the last sentence of Recital 12. The Commission considers that Article 16 of the Regulation on General Product Safety, which lays down the obligation of establishment of responsible person for products placed on the Union market, does not apply to products subject to the regulation or fertilising products. Having said this, the Commission would like to warmly thank the Parliament for its work on this important file, and in particular, you will transmit my congratulations to the rapporteur, Madame Grappini.
Wir bedanken uns bei Ihnen, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much. There is one speaker for Catch the Eye, Mr. Bielan.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący. W miarę jak nasz świat.
Thank you, President. As our world sees more digital applications, we will see digital labels tailored to the needs of different users. This will be key in overhauling the single market, making it an innovative digital market. This is extremely important when it comes to bulk sales. We cannot forget farmers, the main users of fertilizing products, and so we need to prioritize the needs of farmers when adopting this legislation. I believe that this regulation will make producers' lives easier and help us to reduce prices, rein in costs. This is very important because ever more information is sought on labels. So thank you very much to Mrs. Grappini for her work and for taking on board my political group's amendments. Thank you. We'll now move on to Ms. Monteiro de Aguiar's report, the European Maritime Safety Agency repealing Regulation 1406. Ms. Aguiar, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente, Sr. Comissário.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. The importance of the European Maritime Safety Agency, particularly with the situation that prevails right now in Ukraine, shows how important it is for it to be able to continue to function as it does, particularly as concerns securing the safe passage for cereals from Ukraine, for example. So this geographic and geopolitical dimension has to be taken into consideration and not to be of concern to the Council and to the Commission. In all instances, with this particular initiative, we're trying to modernize the mandate of this agency in order to have everything that it needs in its tool chest to be able to deal with issues that involve maritime safety, emissions, marine pollution from ships, and so on and so forth. With the proposals that are being made by the Parliament, what we're trying to do is secure that necessary flexibility in order to take into consideration the possible new remits of EMSA for maritime safety and to have the necessary staffing and the necessary financial structure there for it to be able to function effectively. We need the funds necessary for it to be able to operate effectively, and Connecting Europe plays a very important role here. These particular funds will have to be taken on board, or will have to be generated rather from the various margins that are out there from the budget and the budget lines that are there. We have to make it quite clear what the responsibilities, what the remit of EMSA are, have a more updated, more modern structure, a more robust structure furthermore, and better contact between EMSA and the European Parliament. Furthermore, all of this is necessary for an implementation of all rules and regulations as concerns emissions, marine pollution, and here as well, EMSA has an extremely important role to play. As concerns vessel categorizations, it has to be quite clear where each particular vessel lies, and EMSA has to be able to function with a clear mandate in place and a clear structure. The funding, of course, has to be there, as was mentioned earlier on. There must be an ongoing dialogue between EMSA and the national governments. The Commission as well has to be involved very closely in this particular perpetual communication that has to exist with this agency. We are ready to participate in any structures like the board of EMSA to make sure that there's that proper contact between Parliament and EMSA. We also feel that it's necessary to make sure that no additional bureaucracy, no additional red tape be generated. And we want to make sure that it remains remains the key element out there, the key element of the European Union, securing maritime safety and protecting our seas from emissions and unnecessary pollution. The Commission has to be very speedy on this particular front. In other words, the necessary funds have to be generated. Staffing, as was mentioned, is extremely important as well, so that it can meet all of these very important functions that it must execute. Thank you very much.
When it was founded in 2002, the European Maritime Safety Agency had a narrow focus on the monitoring of ship movements, but its role has expanded into areas such as Coast Guard operations and the surveillance of migration flows. The agency is increasingly complicit in the militarisation and externalisation of the EU's border policies. From 2018 to 2020, the Maritime Agency leased drones through a Portuguese company that were manufactured by Israel's largest military company, Elbit Systems. That contract was worth €59 million. Israel developed and battle-tested these drones in Gaza in its brutal and inhumane treatment of Palestinians. Border security is a central part of the European Security Research Programme, and the Commission has used this programme consistently in order to support the development of a competitive European security industry. This has allowed military technology to be systematically transferred to border management. The defence industry is making a fortune while we allow migrants drown at sea.
Herr Kommissar Reynders, the floor.
Commissioner Reynders.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I want to start by thanking the rapporteur, Madame Monteiro de Aguiar, and the shadow rapporteurs for their work on the draft report on the revision of the funding for regulation of the European Maritime Safety Agency. The role of this agency is invaluable in helping the Commission and the Member States to confront the various challenges facing maritime transport, starting with safety, but also in relation to sustainability and security. However, as this role has evolved over time, not least through new tasks being entrusted to the agency via different EU legal acts, we need to ensure that its mandate is up to date and that the agency is properly equipped to deliver on it. The Commission is carefully considering all of the amendments that you have proposed. Tonight, I would like to focus on a few key points of your draft report. First, on resources. I think we all agree that the agency needs more resources, and the resources are central for the European Maritime Safety Agency to be able to deliver on its new and extended tasks. In line with the Commission's common practice, we propose to offset a budgetary increase for the agency with a reduction in the spending under Connecting Europe Facility Transport. The Commission takes note of your difference of opinion. We understand your concerns that the Connecting Europe Facility Transport budget would, as a consequence, be further reduced. However, as a general principle, the Commission compensates for an increase in the EU contribution to decentralised agencies by reducing programme spending. This ensures that the budgetary authority has room for manoeuvre to finance new emerging priorities. As you know, there was also virtually no margin for an increase under the current multiannual financial framework. Setting the annual budget is the prerogative of the European Parliament and the Council, but the Commission hopes that we can count on your support to ensure that the agency has access to appropriate resources. On governance, your draft report proposes several amendments that, in our view, would weaken the Commission's ability to oversee the agency's activities. I would like to recall that the Commission is ultimately responsible for ensuring that human resource and budgetary decisions by the Management Board respect the applicable legal framework. Responsibility for the oversight of the agency is also political. In response to a few cases of mismanagement, the European Parliament has previously requested that the Commission exercises its right of oversight of decentralised agencies very closely. On our proposal for the agency to charge a fee for certain services, I can assure you that the Commission does not intend to radically change the agency's funding model. Following the vote on your report in plenary tomorrow, the Commission looks forward to progress in Council on this file with the adoption of a general approach in order for trilogues to begin early in the new parliamentary term. So thank you very much for your remarks, your amendment, and we will continue the discussions with the new Parliament in the new term after the elections. Thank you.
Danke, die Aussprache.
Thank you. Our debate on this item is closed. The vote will be held tomorrow. Next item on our agenda is a presentation of the report by Laura Barra-Larín Cereza, amending the Directive on Alternative Dispute Resolution for Consumer Disputes. Rapporteur, over to you.
Gracias, Presidente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner Reinders. When we as consumers have a problem with a company and we want to get compensation for the damages caused to us, we have three options. First of all, go directly to the company through filling out different forms. Secondly, go to a public consumer body. And thirdly, alternative dispute resolution to mediate between the consumer and the business. Now, I'm sure this sounds familiar to all of us. An airline that's cancelled a flight, for example, with no explanation just now before the flight, a very high phone bill for services that you didn't use, a package that never arrived even though you paid for it. And we feel powerless in these situations. And if we want to be able to defend our rights, then our only options are to go to court, and it's time and money that we don't necessarily have. And that is why we have these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. It is a tool that's meant to make things easier, faster, cheaper than having to go to court to resolve our disputes as consumers. Unfortunately, this is still very little known when it comes to consumers and companies. Only around 30% of EU traders were aware or able to use these mechanisms. And only 6% of consumers who had a problem with a trader went before one of these alternative dispute resolution bodies. So there's a lack of awareness of this, but it does give good results. If we look at the positive outcomes in situations of mediation, it's around 50%, in Spain 56%. So what has Europe done? Since 2011, we have a directive that has put the foundations in place for this system, but we know that the system has not reached its full potential due to a lack of knowledge and a lack of trust on both sides. E-commerce has grown enormously as well, particularly since the pandemic. In Spain, 44% of purchases are done via internet. So the Commission decided to put forward a proposal to simplify standards, to adapt them to digital markets, to deal with false advertising. So as rapporteur here in this Parliament, I have worked to come up with a proposal that is fair to consumers and traders, an alternative dispute resolution mechanism that is more useful. So I am very pleased that we have made progress in three key areas. We have better involvement of traders in those three areas where we see the most complaints, having compulsory participation of airlines in these dispute resolution mechanisms. Member states have to offer a public efficient alternative when the passenger rights are violated in the airline sector. There are a number of private companies that propose dispute resolution through fees to consumers. We want to raise awareness of these tools. We want traders to put on their web pages, on their invoices, information as to where citizens can find these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. And the trader has to respond 20 days after the complaint is made. We want member states to offer more resources to these bodies to help them do their work. I would like to thank the Commission for taking the incentive to revise this directive, for being constructive, and for the good work that I've had with the shadow rapporteurs. I think the European Parliament has an ambitious mandate here, and we hope the Council will adopt theirs soon so that we can negotiate soon and have a new law by the end of the year that has a better dispute resolution and mediation system. mediation is very key and consumer rights are very important in the EU, and I think this helps us to take a step forward. Thank you very much.
Das Wort gebeten hat Frau Delegierten.
Thank you. Claire Daly.
Thanks, President. I have to say I really welcome this report because I firmly believe that alternative dispute resolution processes should be used as widely as possible. Whether it's consumer law or family law, things like mediation get results that are at least as good, if not actually better, than anything that would come out of a court process. And given the huge issues facing, for example, Ireland's family law system, including the massive problems with concepts such as parental alienation creeping into it and being put forward by court experts who aren't experts, it really would be better if we were to support available and robust and effective mediation processes. I come from a country with some of the highest legal costs in Europe. They're at levels which have been criticised consistently in the EU rule of law reports as being a barrier to justice. That means that alternative dispute resolution is often people's only option, and if that's not available, then they're out of options. So I'm really glad to see it being put centre stage in this report.
Danke, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, the Commission's proposal to revise the Out-of-Court Dispute Resolution Directive, commonly referred to as ADR Directive, seeks to provide consumers and traders with a fair, cost-effective and user-friendly tool to solve disputes. In addition, we aim to simplify the process, adapt it to digital markets, and ensure that all relevant rights are taken into account. For example, we want to ensure that consumers can use alternative dispute resolution when they are wrongly denied a contract due to geo-blocking or when non-EU online traders would voluntarily participate. I would like to thank the rapporteur and the members of the IMCO committee for having worked so efficiently on our proposals. Meanwhile, the Commission notes the proposed amendment to make the participation to ADR mandatory for the airline sector. Our message remains that ADR is not a judicial process, but rather a practical tool to ensure that retail markets are frictionless and allow consumers and traders to communicate through a neutral mediator or arbitrator. All traders should be encouraged to participate out of their free will and in good faith. In doing so, they build a reputation of respecting consumers. On the issue of the digital divide, we acknowledge the generational divide, and we therefore propose that consumers can access ADR entities through non-digital means and request human intervention in case of automated processes. En ce qui concerne les obligations des entreprises, nous souhaitons...
As for company obligations, we would like to simplify them and ensure that they are more relevant. Consumers need the right information at the right time rather than being sent contradictory messages. We have taken note of your proposals. The Commission also notes the fact that you support doing away with the ODR platform that has not proven to be terribly effective. We would have information systems online on consumer rights and information on the various redress mechanisms in place. Finally, it is clear that cross-border ADR is complicated. Some practical problems may arise. Which consumer body do you turn to? What language can be used? And so we will have ADR contact points to help consumers. That then would be coordinated by the European Centre for Consumer Rights. We will make grants available to help with the digital transformation to ensure that information is supplied to consumers and to train staff. Finally, we want to ensure that European consumers can really feel the benefits and ensure that their rights are respected and that rapid redress is offered where problems arise. Thank you very much.
Die Aussprache ist.
That brings us to the end of our debate on this item. The vote will take place on Wednesday. We will now move on to the 1-minute speeches.